Akshay, they have arrived. Akshay, they have arrived. नहीं नहीं, बस अंदर छोड़ देंगे क्या? अंदर छोड़ देंगे? वो यूनेस्को की टीम आई है। ये यूनेस्को वाली है क्या? हाँ हाँ, यूनेस्को। अंदर ले लीजिए। यूनेस्को वाली, यूनेस्को यूनेस्को। छोड़ेंगे? नहीं छोड़ेंगे, यहाँ पे पार्क कर दो। हेलो सर। नमस्कार सर। मैं सर चंद्रशेखर बाराकर। हेलो सर। एडिशनल चीफ काउंसलर रिटायर्ड, कोऑर्डिनेटर ऑफ Vibhu, Vibhu from Manipal University Jaipur. Hello, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We'll just take a detour, little bit of. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, good morning.
I'm Vibhu. Hello, Vibhu here. Hello, sir. Vibhu.
OSD to advisor and minister.
Vijay. Oh, Vijay. Hi. Hello. Hi. I'm coming. We'll go, sir. Please. Request. Now I request Dr. Sikha Jain to felicitate and welcome Dr. Paul. Dr. Paul? Yes. Yes, please.
Yes. Thank you.
Now I request Dr. Sampath to Mr. Sashikant, please.
Thank you. Sir. Thank you.
Now I request Professor Sunana Kapoor to welcome Mr. Chandrasekhar.
Sanjay.
अच्छा संजय जी, एडवाइजर यूएस
Ma'am. Sir. Ma'am.
Now I request Dr. Anand Kumar.
रिक्वेस्ट करके बुलाया
I request Mr. Giriraj.
Thank you.
Now I request
Sir Subhash
Professor Sananda to felicitate Mr. Chandrasekhar.
Ma'am.
Yes, with our mayor.
Yes.
Udaipur Kota.
Yes.
And Jodhpur mayor. Prasanna, she is there. Yes, she is doctor. She is in Kota. Now she's so by now you must have had a sense of Jaipur now. You must have seen places. So before we go for our high tea, I'd like to show you a small film about Manipal University Jaipur and what we are doing in architecture.
Excuse me, would it be an imposition to distribute the sheet of paper so that we can get the name?
Sure, I will tell you.
Kinds of paper. Our names and
Yeah.
This is what we will do. We will take a break for high tea, or we should start with the presentations.
I think we can simultaneously.
Simultaneously,
Everybody
right?
wants to freshen up.
Yeah,
In the meantime.
Yeah, we can take a break of 5 minutes for freshen
Sure.
up.
We can have 1 hour, right?
Yes, yes.
And then we can, while eating, we can look at the.
Yes, yes. So you can take a break of.
Yes, I'll just go.
Yes.
I think, we can.
a lot of people, so we will be arranging that as well. Just have some patience with us. So the first organization is the host organization. So just to give an overview of what we have been doing since the inception, Manipal University is very much committed to its surrounding and the neighborhood. So we have from the day one, we have been associated with the local communities, and as an extended responsibility towards the community, we have started studying the old city of Jaipur as a part of our studio work. It's an urban design studio work at the 4th year level of architecture. So we will be very quickly presenting the work that has been done by 4 batches of our students. So every year, 4th year students go to Old City, try to understand what are the different aspects of the world city of Jaipur. That apart, we have also studied nearby towns, which is historical towns like Pushkar, Ajmer, and Bagru. So, but here we are only going to concentrate on Jaipur. And for your information, some of these sheets that is around you are also from that studio. So whenever you have time, you can look at it. So Manish will be starting it, and we both will be presenting the work. Yeah.
Good morning all. I am Dr. Manish Sharma. I am Assistant Professor at School of Architecture and Design. We, as Vibhushan had just informed, we will be just going through some of the works which our students have already undertaken, being a part of the urban design studio at the 4th year level. Just a brief info regarding Manipal Group. In the video already, you have seen much about it. Though we just like to emphasize that we have our GIS labs associated at our department. We also have a lead lab established at our department. Apart from that, we have got say heliodome to assess the say sun and the movement. We have got the model making lab at our department also to have in some CNC cuttings for models which have been already made by our students. We have the computing labs and all. This is the establishment of the lead lab at the university. Urban design studios. Firstly, the studio culture, what we have over here. We have got the batches which are there, which under the guidance of the faculty, we have various discussions. We have the panels displayed up, regular jury which are conducted. Students go to the sites as well just to just capture the actuality on the site. The draft and the models, we also invite guest lecturers, speakers, eminent architects from India as well as abroad, and some of the administrative staff as well to our studios. At part, we have undertaken revitalization of traditional markets of World City of Jaipur in 2015. We have taken up small chowkadis, different chowkadis, which were undertaken in 3 consecutive years as urban design studio project in 2019 to 2021, and that's to be continued. The basic idea is to document the entire World City in forms of various studio exercises. This is the first documentation part, which was done by the second batch in School of Architecture and Design.
This is actually an extension to the first batch work. So what we tried to understand in our presentation, World City of Jaipur is not one thing. This is a city which has been planned and planned over and over again. There are different layers and layers of structures that have come up over a period of time. So these group of students were divided into 7-8 groups, and then they have been given different regions to look at. So this is one group which were looking at the precinct of Albert Hall. So how the next the timeline. I'll just very quickly take you through this. Different timelines, different landmarks. Next, about the museum. Again, different elements within the museum. Like it's the Indo-Saracenic design. Example of Indo-Saracenic architecture. So different elements have been highlighted. Next. Different observations. What is going on right now around the structure? Next. I'm just taking you through because we have a lot of slides. So next. Also studied the traffic around it because originally that was designed as an English garden. So there was no traffic, nothing. But right now, main road goes through that, goes around that structure, which was initially planned as an English garden. So they also try to understand that how the traffic moves around. They have also prepared several maps based on their traffic observations. Next. Then user activities. Next. So what are the real challenges they have also identified? Next. If you see, currently you will have these kind of. So next. These are split sections. Next. So why we need to revitalize this state? Next. So then we will go to another group which was studying the Tripolia Bazaar. So as you know, Tripolia Bazaar was originally not in the plan. So it was later on, the new gate was later on being commissioned by the king because it was connecting to the Albert Hall area. So similarly, this group's objective was to find out different key landmarks and connect them. So eventually they also came up with this idea that why not we design an interesting walkthrough, which will be coordinated by audiovisual systems. People can even go there and take a walk for themselves. So next. Land users. Next. A similar kind of exercise is done for that whole area. And on this first year itself, our objective was to study the streets. Because a lot of things happens on the street in India. Like in many of these developing, and you can say, especially it's a Asian character in itself, that people, a lot of these activities in urban areas, especially in the traditional quarters, happen on the street. So these street sections were also being planned. Okay, next. Sections, next. So here you can see what are the key landmarks along that stretch that has been presented. Next. Different elements that is there on that street. Linkages. Next. Again, how do you, once you are in that place, just hold on. The major challenge in most of the Indian traditional cities are, for a lot of people, for a lot of outsiders, that is chaotic, right? You feel what's happening. There's so many things happening. So this group identified that wayfinding is a challenge. So they tried to create a collage of different key elements and where those elements are located and how they can be connected to each other. Next. So where are the existing signages? So they were working on signages and trying to develop a work for a self-guided work. Next. Intervention. These are this is the final threads they have found out. You can see that in violet color is marked. Next. This is for the Johri Bazaar area, the Hawamel stretch. Next. So again, they found out the history of it. Next. Different maps were being prepared. What are the different activities happening and each street set? What is there in each street section? Next. Okay. So what is also along with looking at the main street, they also try to see, because a lot of other activities are also happening in the secondary street and the tertiary streets of these areas. And let me tell you, once you walk along this road, there is so many shops, so many street vending happening, that every single activity has a story for itself. So it is very important for people, those who are visiting that space, to know all this. And to know all that, they need to also find some kind of wayfinding elements. So we will talk about it eventually. Next. Next. So what are the interventions they have proposed? So these are street sections. So this group basically found out that a lot of parking is happening on the street, and because of that challenge, these activities are actually not getting highlighted at some or other point. So they have also proposed a multi-level parking in the interior area of it, which is interesting. Next. And then next. So this is a parking area they are proposing. Next. So these are the views they have proposed. Next. So these are some of the work which has been done by the subsequent batches. They have also studied the walled city of Jaipur, but now the focus is no more on the streets, rather on the buildings. Yeah.
And during the last 3 years, we have been documenting some portions of the chowkis and conducting some studio exercises. At present, we have covered 3 major chowkis and the streets alongside, and we intend to complete the entire walled city area through the entire urban design studio with our subsequent batches. So this is the compilation of just one group which has done the work. This is the chowkri which is between the Ajmeri gate and the Samaneri gate. This is of Tripolia Bazaar, Kishanpol Bazaar, Johari Bazaar Street. And these are some of the maps which have been prepared by the students, figure ground maps just to openness as well as the structures, how many percentage-wise analysis as well. Some of the enclosure ratios, what kind of say different street characters have different enclosures. They all have been studied, and the observations have been made. Some of the landmarks which have been in this particular study area, they have been documented. Some of the drawings have been made up associated with that. The street elevation, the form developments, they have been several proposals in terms of the incidental open spaces which we get in for the sites. That's why we have proposed it. The students have proposed in some of the reuse proposals for these, and they have been in line with some of the successful projects of the city. These are some of the views. These are made in line with the traditional architecture of Jaipur, with those particular street facades, the elements of veranda spaces alongside the shops, and putting in some green element in the walled city area itself. Some other maps concerning the site concepts and all. Some of the detailings regarding the choppers, the squares, what are the current situation, what are the traffic-based analysis, what kind of street furniture, what kind of tactile paving do they have, the routes of the city buses, and also just to analyze the basic traffic nodes and all. This is the Badi Chopper and the Choti Chopper documentation part, which also has some of the structures involved from the traditional aspects as well. Some of the proposals that would have also included something like the stretches of Barcelona, like we see in Ramla Street, just to have structure which is going underground. We already have say, couple of stations that have already been planned in the World City area regarding the metro. Some of the proposals by the students involving the step wells, visualizations of the chopper area, and some of the walkthroughs which the students have already made in place. This is the 3D visualization that the students have prepared for the chopper area, the existing one, and how they want to transform it, involving some of the street elements going in to the accessible routes to the metro, as well as some of the public utility spaces. Just crossing the other side of the Chori Chopper to reach the Rosgareshwar Mahadev temple. This is the other proposal which have been made for an incremental open space, which the students have got just beside the Johri Bazaar area. This have been proposed with a cluster of shops with some like the one which have already been done 2 years. As per
अच्छा अभी
the groups of 1 year. Similar work have been done by 6 different groups and every year. So that's just the work of one group which we have displayed. So thank you very much. That's somewhat in line with the work which we do at Thank you.
So next presentation will be.
So after all five are presenting,
Okay.
section is.
Yes.
So it's from set.
She is asking about discussion after
But we
we
should do
group or at the end.
no, at the end.
Yes.
So who came to say? Oh, that's online.
On screen.
Yes, that's right.
कोई कैमरा अपना कैमरा चाहिए मेरे को मतलब अपने यहाँ से कोई कैमरा लगा सकता है क्या फोन चार का नेटवर्क खराब आ रहा है नेटवर्क मतलब अपन भी लगा देते हैं ना सो दैट दे कैन सी अस अभी तक उन्होंने हमें देखा ही नहीं
अच्छा दे आर नॉट एबल टू
ये भी तो सब आना चाहिए नहीं अब इतना नहीं है यार 700 रुपये मुझे कॉल करो
Hello.
हाँ हाँ
Hello?
Yeah, I'm not able to share.
Ma'am, just a minute, I just Ma'am, you have already been
Yeah, the file, I can see the share tray, but I'm not able to, files are not appearing in the share tray. Should I send my PDF file to you and you can share it from there, and then we can, if you can give me your email ID, I can immediately share it. Share the PDF.
Yes, ma'am, it will be shared on the chat box.
I can upload PDF chat box. I don't think I can upload a PDF on a chat box. Can
मैं यहाँ पे ये सारी चीजें करूँगा ना हाँ तो मैं कैसे मेरे को पीपीटी दे देना डायरेक्ट या वी कैन Yeah, we can do that. It will take a little time.
Yeah.
Next.
The next group is SPA Delhi.
हाँ
हम वो chat box पे डाल देंगे.
Yeah. You can start. You can start. You keep on saying next. I will do the next.
I've shared PPT.
पहले दूसरी वाली लगा you have the this one you want okay मेरे को आप पेन ड्राइव में लगा दो मैं ये कंट्रोल कर रहा हूँ सर ईमेल कैसे हैंडल कर लूँ ऋषभ
I was privileged to have been spent my 1963 to 1967 in MUJ Campus. I was born in Rajasthan, and unfortunately, I haven't really maintained a consistent kind of connection with Rajasthan. But the School of Planning and Architecture has been working on different aspects of planning, infrastructure upgradation, conservation, architectural interventions, heritage aspects, and with the overall integrated and holistic approach to the
किसी को भी कर दे पेन ड्राइव में चाहिए
School of Planning and Architecture has a very, very substantial corpus of time series data on the town of Jaipur. I myself took the opportunity of staying in the urban extension, the historic extension of the state period of the Royal City of Jaipur. And again, it highlighted for me the challenges, the sort of strengths which are still manifest in the physical fabric of the historic town as well as the challenges relating to the necessity for engaging the community, for ensuring that there is an understanding of the link between the biodiversity and the heritage resources. So the historic town of Jaipur, as we all know, was a model of its time, and it has sustained itself over centuries, retaining its essential character. And even today, when you wake up in that area, there are peacocks, there is balance between indigenous species, there are people who are using this open space network in making space for the day. And there is a very vibrant community which is now being forced to move out of the historic center, which they have inhabited over the generations. And the historic town is now just being understood as the streetscapes instead of being understood as these living neighborhoods and areas which are, like Shikha has worked over, I think, decades in this, and looking into the artisanal traditions, the future of the communities. So here in this room itself, I think we have representatives from all the different departments of the Institute of Planning and Architecture, generations of them. Shikha is one, Dr. Mahagaonkar is one, yes, my senior. So, this consistent interest which SPN has had as a nationally governmental school involved in different aspects of town planning and architecture is sort of reflected not just in the room, but in the two presentations which my student, Risha, who is one of the community which we are talking about, and who is very deeply concerned about the future of the historic town.
हेलो अभी आवाज आ रही है ना
Curriculum of SK is something
आवाज आ रही है मीटिंग की
we always seek to interact with communities, engage very deeply with them, understand their needs and aspirations, and then to create something which is responsive and which will sustain in the future. So, Rishabh, for his first semester, I've just selected two projects from the last semester, very recent projects we done. The Department of Urban Planning was looking into the infrastructure upgradation of the town of Jaipur. There was a section of that infrastructure upgradation plan related to the inadequacy of infrastructure which is there in the historic center, which is a world city. And so there will be a presentation on that. Unfortunately, the girl who was responsible for it is engaged in some sort of living heritage activities related to that work. That is discussing going on. And Rishabh will be looking into the revitalization of not only the physical heritage, but some of the living traditions to support and sustain them in the future in a way that will be supporting the community, empowering the community, as well as generating revenue streams which will ensure economic viability, sustainability, social sustainability. So I'd like to hand you, first of all, again, I'd like to say that we are extremely interested in building collaborations with both institutes, and we as a government organization are responsibility actually to use them. And now I'll hand over to Rishabh, who is now currently working on urban conservation for another city in
So, good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege for me to be speaking in front of such the diverse people that I have idealized till now. So, I'll be presenting the urban planning aspect of it. So this is about the strategic planning of urban infrastructure development in India during the 5 years. So this is just the objectives of the curriculum. To access the socio-cultural facilities, civic amenities and services in the context of Jaipur. So in this they have studied about various aspects. What they have studied, what is the current situation of auditoriums and all the services, and what is the gap that is there. discussing about the Dhundar circuit and Dhundar circuit of Jaipur. So Jaipur lies in a golden triangle, having connected with Delhi and Agra, and so this is just signifying the importance of Jaipur in the circuit. This is the end. So Jaipur is a city which is very much dependent on the tourists. So tourism aspect is also taken care by this group. So they have studied the annual tourist inflow and the monthly tourist inflow that is happening in Jaipur. Apart from that, so the MICE tourism that is happening in Jaipur. So MICE tourism is for conferences, people are coming to the city. So this is a very important aspect. These are short-lived tourists that come to the city from various parts of the country. As you can see, so Delhi, after Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Jaipur is the city which is very much have the potential for this MICE tourism. And these are all the studies that they have done. The mode of traveling, for how much the tourist is staying in the city, whether he is coming here for a long period of duration of time or just for a short period of time. So this is the assessment of civic amenities that are there. So they have divided the city of Jaipur into 3 zones. Zone 1 is the Amer region, the zone 2 is the walled city, and the zone 3 is the outer city of outer walled city. And then so that the analysis and the issues that they have observed is, for example, this is the zone 1, the Amer region that they have studied. This is the walled city, the main walled city of Jaipur. So all the types of tourists that come, so Indian tourists after the pandemic, the inflow of Indian tourists is much more. Before that, the foreign tourism was also at a peak. So see, these are all the structures. So like Amer Fort. Amer Fort is there, and what are these structures are lacking in? This they have studied the infrastructure issues. For example, Amer Fort is very well maintained. The Jaigarh Fort, there is a huge problem of drinking water, sanitation, and barrier-free. Not very so okay. So these are the competent agencies that are involved. The central agencies, the state level agencies. For example, state level, the state heritage program is there. Rajasthan tourism policy is there. Now these are the strategies, the potentials and the strategies of the tourist zone that they have divided. So for different zones, they have divided this. For example, zone 1 that have Amer into it. The solid waste management is one of the major issues that the city of Amer is facing right now. So the potentials is due to the UNESCO affiliation to the fort, it has potential to attract tourists to Amer, and they have also proposed some strategies, for example, infrastructure upgradation into the region. So these are the list of the proposals that they have. The scope of work is for the proposal is the socio-cultural activities, the city level they have considered, and the amenities and services that is also for the city level they have considered. And these are all the proposals listed down. For example, socio-cultural facilities, tourism infrastructure, burial ground and crematorium is a huge problem in the world city. So they have also looked into these aspects. And so ma'am, this is the religious in the regional circuit. So as we all know, Jaipur in itself is a very important hub when it comes to the religious tourism. So they have also looked into this religious tourism aspect. The population projection and the proposal. So there is a huge gap in the infrastructure that is needed in the whole city and what is required. So they have mentioned the gap also here. For example, how many beds are, just for a small example, how many beds are there for the tourists? This data is from the RTDC, and the private hotels and resorts are also considered into this. So there is a huge gap into the tourist that is coming, and how much can be facilitated to them. So these are all the issues that the Mount Lake, the parking along, the parking is a huge issue in the walled city, in the Amer also. So everyone visiting the city can easily find this problem, that there is a huge problem in the parking there are not adequate spaces for parking. No governance is there in terms of that. So the heritage walk upgradation from Chowkadi Moti Khana to Jalil Chowk. So these are the points that they have issued that they have addressed. So encroachment of the vendors on the street, as sir discussed in the last presentation. So that is there. So heritage walk lacks public toilets, no resting spaces are there. So ma'am, this is the craft hub that they have proposed in the Dalai Chowk. So Dalai Chowk is the only open space that we can develop in a proper, better way, so as to promote the tourism aspect also, and the art. We can also revive the art and culture of the city of Jaipur. So these are the proposals. The issues, Galtaji temple. So there are many issues of safety in the.
Next.
This is a presentation of the Department of Kovinji, and there is a concern which is consistent for all the departments. So even the transport planning department, urban planning department, they seek to integrate resources and to suggest a process.
This is not only about.
For the masters in the architecture.
अरे मनीष पासकोड दिखाएगा
First year.
4. What is the passcode?
456
456
541.
541. Okay. Allow करना है वहाँ से. पानी खत्म.
Sorry, they had established
Pani
the Maharajas, the girls, the Maharajas, the boys. So it was very sort of balanced land use as far as that uses. We kind of right up to the 21st century. But now when we look at places like Jamaica,
Okay. You can continue and just go through it. Okay. I'll go to next presentation.
and the potential that they have.
अरे उसको बात करो ना तारा को बोलो restricted कर रहा हूँ.
Vocational training centers, such a beauty. I studied the so it's still a very that is something which we as provide institutions which will support
पब्लिक करो वीडियो को पब्लिक किया हुआ है ना. हाँ वही तो पब्लिक करवाया पता नहीं क्यों रिस्ट्रिक्टेड आ रहा है. पता नहीं वो रिस्ट्रिक्टेड क्यों आ रहा है यहाँ पे. पब्लिक किया हुआ है ना. ठीक है मनीष पानी की बोतलें रखवा दे.
So that's a very important especially now that we're moving into the and the sort of open space and disappearance is so much potential. And it's interesting, when you look at the species which were planted, even the extension ladder to the one city, how it was planned. So, here's the image, not so they are verified. Manipal University Jaipur. That's definitely the concern. So we can definitely at the end discuss on how to.
I think अब उसमें कंट्रोल नहीं है, चेक करना. Sliding, ठीक है.
That's different institutions. And I know having, after 30 years in the US and 11 years at university, and I know how the data of universities are very precious for the university. So now, thanks to the whole, the internet system, we can all maintain the proprietorship of the data. How facilitate the link and so that the Heritage House or others can use it. Yes. And the Heritage House should actually be the policy. Yeah, so just to have the link. Yes, absolutely. But of course that involves institutional building, which is yet another subject that is important as well. This is a good start. Yeah, it's a good start. Perhaps people represent you, and especially the younger generation who are from the place who have the skills which will be inside of the Also, I'd just like to say that the school planning has recently acquired 360-degree camera, they're planning to acquire their process of acquiring a 3D data scanner. So we can also undertake capacity building as far as the heritage of
जब प्रेजेंट करेंगे ना तो अनाउंस कर देना हाउ यू कैन प्रेजेंट. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट टाइम क्या सर ठीक है तो तू अनाउंस कर देना हाउ यू कैन प्रेजेंट. वहाँ पे स्पीकर रखा है, माइक्रोफोन, तो मतलब मैं यहाँ से बोलूँगा चले जाएगा.
So if there is a concern related to stability or potential collapse, this digital boards can be used to reach. So, yes.
Next. Yes. So this is a project that I have done in my first semester. So this is the rejuvenation of Naval Bihariji's temple. So the temple is located on the very prime street of the Jaipur city. It's in a very close proximity with Tripolia Gate. So as you can see in the section or in the plan also. So the Tripolia Gate street have a primary access and a secondary access at the back. And there is one veranda that is running on the terrace of these shops. So we're just connecting Tripolia Gate to Badi Chowpad and Tripolia Gate to Choti Chowpad also. So this is the schematic plan of the Haveli temple Haveli complex. So this is built on various levels. For example, this is the first level which comprises of one temple, and there are shops also in this level. This is the main floor plan having the main temple of the Naval Bihariji temple. So this is a temple Haveli complex which came into picture and have a huge this is a typology that is very much seen in the city of Jaipur.
Process through which he arrived at the selection of this, and it was actually linked with the construction of the metro. Because once the metro had been introduced, they had impact assessment which was done. However, the cumulative long-term impact of the metro with the vibrations that can be seen in some of these studies. So his initial choice was actually one which had been impacted, and it was starting to show the beginnings of some sort of settlement due to vibration.
There were settlements in that structure, but because of certain constraints, I was not able to study. So because of metro is also having an impact on these all historic structures that are present on the street. So the differential settlements can be seen, which is obviously is told to me by the community that this was not present at the time before the metro was conceived, but after that there are differential settlements there. So this is also something that we have to look into. Yes. So as you can see, this is the section. From the right is the Tripolia Gate. From here you enter. So this is core or the gated entrance that we call. And there are shops in the gated complex. And the first courtyard is meant for more of a public space. And the second courtyard that you see, which having chandani all around and chhatri surrounding it, is the courtyard which is the main courtyard of the main temple complex, which is the Navadvihariji temple. And there is another mandapa, there is the main garbhagriha, and there is parikrama that is revolving around the main temple. So these are all the sections also. You see the front. So this is a very ornamented Haveli in terms of all the architecture features that we see in the temple complexes or the Haveli complexes of the. So as you can see, these are the
you have the
sections denoting that. So I have done a condition assessment and material learning object to study the construction techniques of the Haveli. See, because this structure in itself is a repository of some traditional knowledge that was present at some point of time, but now we are somehow losing it, not able to conserve it properly. So the condition assessment that I have done, what are the impacts of the as this Haveli complex was not built in keeping in mind what it is during the load of now. Because this was a temple complex, but now our family is also residing in the complex. There are issues. They have done several alterations in the structure while living in this. So, for example, they have just converted these baradaris into rooms by constructing walls so as to just fit in their requirements only. They are not considered about what is going to happen to the structure. Without even thinking anything, they have just done whatever they wanted to do. So there are huge implications of this on the heritage that the structure that is there currently. I have also proposed some proposals, for example, as far as I know. So these are all this. For example, there are many minor cracks are there, major cracks are also there. So these are all the proposals that I have made. Now coming on to the proposal. So in order to make this building a sustainable building so that it can sustain itself over a period of time. So what I have done is I have divided my proposal into three aspects. One is the rejuvenation of the existing structure that was there, and the second is to making the structure sustainable in itself so that it can, after conserving it for one time, well, the structure is able to sustain itself in a longer run. And the third is looking into the community, because the community is someone who will take care of this and who is a very important stakeholder, because this is not some private Haveli, this is a temple Haveli complex. So the community aspect is something which I have looked into and which is very important. So what I have done is so this Tripolia Bazaar Street. So I have proposed a craft center into the building. So there were some spare rooms that were not in a very good position. So I have tried to incorporate the SDGs also, the sustainable development goals also. For example, the quality of education. Education is not only what we are educating, but it is also something passing on the existing information that we have or the skill set that we have. The decent work and economic growth, because this sustainably, if we have to restore the building or conserve the building, so we have to. So that's why I have looked into different SDGs. So this is just a proposal, the ground floor plan. So what I did is, so there was a temple complex on the first courtyard, and there were some abrupt spaces that they have just made. So I have tried to. So this is the structure. So this is the first floor plan where the family is staying. So I have tried to somehow update their standard of living also while taking this into account. In totality, I have tried to find some holistic approach so that I can do something in this.
Understanding how the building is for making products which would be then used by pilgrims and visitors. That's why we have a calendar to understand what is the time.
We have studied the footfall also according to the Hindu calendar. So what is the time period when this temple complex will be more functional? What will be the time period? Then the footfall will not be very much. So accordingly we have tried, and we have also covered the stretch, all the temples on the stretch, because in some way this artisans also we have thought about. So it's not only about the structure, it is more about the community that is living, the stakeholders that are the part of the structure. So if we develop them, if we conserve their craft, then I think then only we will be able to sustainably conserve the heritage.
Please concern the so their kind of these concerns. And lithium conservation is sustainability. It's a common space. That's the way of the past. We used to conserve the waters, the peacefully. There was a big discussion.
नरेट करिएगा जैसे ही तुम मॉडर्न में आगे स्टार्टिंग में
That's good because that's exactly the kind of discussion we want to say at the end of all the necessary things and who can say which. That's good. It's excellent. It's very good.
Just one question. What is the depth of the metro compared to the ground level?
So the tunnel which runs is about 15 meters below the ground.
Zero.
150.
Soil is sandy soil. Straight out higher. Scientifically, it is very well done. No damage, nothing. Yes. Now there is a next proposal from Bridge over to Kurd. But it is a proposal of the government.
Yeah, no, for any government project, the heritage impact.
That is, yes.
Infrastructure go to one
I think
center
that
Absolutely. Because in the honest report, that almost had asked for post-operational monitoring, which also has been done.
In fact, in the World City area of Jaipur, we are facing parking problem, traffic problem, congestion, everything. So, mass transportation system in World City area is must. So, this is one way the government is doing this metro rail, that is underground. Yes, transport here.
Took out all the parking and took out all the private cars.
Nicely they have done in Strasbourg.
Anyway, we can, these are going to get me up to discuss. Absolutely.
Thank you. Mike.
The next one is, I'm going to set ready now.
Okay, yes, we shall connect to Step Institute now. We shall be screening your presentation. You may narrate that, and just a request that we would like you to confine your presentation within a 12 to 14 minute bracket.
Start.
Thank you. What do you ma'am?
Thank you very much, Municipal Corporation, for inviting me on behalf of the presentation. That we in person today. We have a.
Your voice is breaking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Better now.
Yeah. So let me just try with the real. Just to be better. Is this better? Is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have our students' reviews today, and it was impossible to plan the visit to Jaipur on this date. But I thank Manipal University to provide this opportunity to present online. I'm Jigna Desai, and I'm presenting on behalf of the university. Next, please. Yeah, CEPT University focuses on understanding, designing, planning, constructing, and managing human habitats. We aim to build thoughtful professionals, and its research program deepen to understanding of human settlements. We also have an advisory body, and I'll shortly explain what we do with that. CEPT University has last year been conferred an in principle Center for Excellence by Government of Gujarat, and Masters in Conservation and Regeneration program is recognized by WITRAP as one of the innovative programs in the world. Our center is also an expert body with the ASI and National Monuments Authority. Next, please. Yeah, so this is, you'll find everything, most of the stuff that I'm presenting today, you will find it online. You will find it accessible through our website. So this is website and other links that I'll be sharing today. This is the vast gamut of things that the university does. On this side, on the left side, you will find all the teaching programs, and in there is Faculty of Architecture, Faculty of Design, Faculty of Management, Faculty of Planning, Faculty of Technology, and there's one specific program on conservation. So though many research on historic environment and engagement with historic environment is not necessarily limited to the conservation program as well, as you will see today. On the extreme right, you will see various centers, research and advisory centers, where you'll see Center for Heritage Conservation being one of them. And the other major resources we have are library, workshops, labs, and archives. I will be sharing information from the archives and the library today with you, which is once again available on their links. Next, please. This is our library, image of our library. It's one of the largest reference libraries for built environment in the country, and houses many of the research theses by the students, but also all the books that are available on built environment in this place. Next, please. This is our studio. This is our conservation studio, and our studio processes are extremely interactive and hands-on. Next, please. Our FA building was also recently conserved because it is one of the very important modern heritage, the image that you saw earlier on. This is an example of open houses. We are situated in the historic city of Ahmedabad, which is also a World Heritage Site. And in Ahmedabad, we engage with our engagement with Ahmedabad, of course, apart from being the team that prepared the World Heritage nomination dossier, we continue to engage with communities, we continue to engage on site. This is an example of a site school that we conduct in the historic city of Ahmedabad, and one of the open houses that we conducted there. Next, please. These are images of our conservation laboratory, where we have, of course have capacities to test many of the materials that are used in historic structures. We have recently also collaborated with ICROM to understand how to archive the historic building materials that we collect with permissions from the sites that we engage with. And we hope to develop, just now we already have over 100 samples archived over here with details and data of testing. This is we have a very important and interesting tie-ups with international bodies. The two most important tie-ups, actually there are many, there are 3 or 4 more important ones, with Nottingham Trent. This is with the University of York. This is an image of a workshop that we conducted on the fort walls of historic city of Ahmedabad. Next. These are our community engagement workshops with our group of students and the communities of the historic city of Ahmedabad. This is how we conduct our studios. We believe in the principle of radical proximity, that the only way historic environments can be engaged with is by practically participating in the processes along with the people who are there. Next, please. And we also, of course, engage with the most updated technologies. We develop our capacities. This is a capacity building workshop that Nottingham Trent University conducted with us. And now, in turn, we are conducting similar capacity building workshops. This is on LIDAR scanning, but we also have similar capacity building workshops on risk assessment and things like that with ICROM and Nottingham Trent University. Next, please. Now coming to studies of Jaipur Historic City, this is everything that I'm sharing here is available on septarchives.org. We have something called a related study program where our students of architecture, interior design, and planning engage with historic sites. Not always historic sites, but many times engage with historic sites and prepare documentations of historic sites. We have in the last 5 years made sure that that documentation doesn't stay just in our drawers and in our libraries, but can be accessed widely. So this is a collection that is in Sept Archives, titled Jaipur Urban Institutions. And you will see over here that many of these drawings are available on the archive, on the archive website. On the website, they are available with the archive, Sept Archive watermark. But if you write to the Sept Archive, after having viewed what is here, you can get permission to access these drawings, of course, with credits. Next slide, please. We have here drawings of, these drawings were made in 1996. We have drawings of Hawamel, Kovinji Temple, Brij Bihari Temple, and Sanskrit College. Next, please. You can see since these are done by Faculty of Architecture students. There are many studies on the construction system, the architecture of the place, and the typology of the place. Next, please. Yeah, this is once again a few. Next, please. Yeah. Yes, this is a Sanskriti College, and in 2005, the School of Interior Design, Faculty of Design, also documented the Jaipur Maharani Chhatri, once again available on Sept Archives. Next, please. Our student work, most of it is since 2014, if I'm not mistaken. All of it is available on Sept portfolios. Many of these sites that are located in Jaipur, the information about them, the students' work is also available on the Sept portfolio. This is an example of an urban design student, Smriti Prasad, her portfolio on reimagining the chowpars and the Tripola Bazaar of Jaipur. Next, please. This is an example of Nikita Pal, urban design student once again, where she's reimagining the Jaipur wall city markets. Next, please. This is an example of Dhwani Trivedi, and she's looking at the public open spaces in the wall city. Once again, as I said, I think it's all this work is available on Sept portfolio for you to view. Next, please. This is I thought this was very interesting. This was a landscape, a master's in landscape architecture student who was working on what are the local species of Jaipur and how using those local species, certain climatic concerns can be addressed in the city of Jaipur by using the local species and possibly also bringing these species in the urban environment to create certain changes in the microclimate. Next, please. I'll quickly now share with a thesis that I guided in 2015 and an extension of that thesis, or a more detailed version of that thesis, which is now being prepared or now being worked on as a PhD by another student, once again, which I'm guiding. I'll come to that thesis a little later on. But this was a student, Anukriti Pathak. She was supposed to be here to present her work, but she is not here. This particular thesis looked at the water systems of the historic city of Jaipur and mapped, the objective was to study and document the historic evolution in the water supply system of the walled city of Jaipur and to study its current condition. And when I say current, this was in 2015, so she had studied the condition in 2015. Her project was to create a reinforcing loop and feedback loop to augment the system using the systems thinking approach. So she had looked at the micro level issues and then the macro level systemic meaning of all these issues that she had identified. Next, please. Yeah, this is a slightly detailed drawing of what she had worked. Here, I would like to add that another student, Maureen Sota, I'm sorry, she's a French student from France. We have, and I may not be able to pronounce her name correctly. We have a tie-up with University of Toulouse, and we are working on a joint PhD, which Remy Papilot from University of Toulouse and I am guiding. And the thesis is on, once again, water systems of Jaipur, but she's looking as a PhD, she's looking at a more macro version on where the water comes from and how does eventually it reaches people and what were the traditional water systems, and once again, can they be augmented in today's context? Is that even a possibility or is that even a feasibility? If I'm not mistaken, Anukriti's work also was then taken further by Anukriti with certain funding from Drona. Shika is there, she'll be able to confirm, in documenting this work further in detail. And with Maureen's work also, we are just now in the process of tying up with Drona to organize a seminar on traditional water harvesting systems, more focused on Rajasthan, but also then looking at it in the Indian context. Next, please. This is my last slide, which is just kind of looking at the capacity building workshops and the advisory work that we do through our Center for Heritage Conservation. We worked with Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation to prepare the World Heritage Nomination Dossier. We worked with the Agra Municipal Corporation on behest of the Supreme Court on advising the feasibility of the city of Agra, historic city of Agra becoming World Heritage. I think we also collaborate with local institutions, local organizations that are embedded in communities, and Conservation Site School is an initiative that we host in order to have more hands-on practical experience about capacity building and conserving historic sites. We here specifically look at marginalized historic sites that are otherwise not being funded. We look for crowdfunding for these sites, and we have so far been successful in hosting Conservation Site School on 3 sites in Gujarat. As I had mentioned earlier on, we do capacity building workshops as well on documentation, non-destructive testing, risk assessment, etc. We are also planning capacity building workshops on historic urban, on urban areas, because many of the projects that we have worked in are with urban areas. We've recently done a seminar which may result into capacity building workshop with NIUA and UNESCO on historic urban landscapes. So we hope to take some of those discussions further in the recent future. Thank you. That's where I'll end this slide show, and if there's any questions, I'll be happy.
Thank you very much, Sam. So, this we like to invite Purnima Institute to showcase their presentation as well.
Can I just add, if there are any questions, please feel free to email me. I'll have to leave now because of I have to attend my reviews from here. So if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
सर जो सुबह जो दी थी ना पीपीटी को पहले चला दो, उसके बाद ये पेंटेड वाला चला दो। पीपीटी को पीपीटी या पीडीएफ कोई सा भी ले लो, उसको भी एक बार लगा के रखो। ये नहीं, ब्लू वाला था, ब्लू वाला। गाइड कर दो कैसे
Just for the changing slide.
ये करेक्ट किया हुआ है।
Wait.
एक तो ये वाला ये पहले चला दो और दूसरा पेंटेड वाला this thing, sharing this, then you have this thing, then you have, okay, you can go. Just check it. 1, 3, 4. ठीक है.
Yes,
You can start with this one.
I go from on the behalf of Purnima University. So my name is Sajid Mishra. I am a final year student of Masters in Agro Science.
My name is Shweta Tak. I am a fifth year student at Purnima University.
So just a short introduction about the Purnima University is that it's just a 32 acres campus in Jaipur itself. So it was started in 2012 and we have courses like from engineering, architecture, management, commerce, design, science, public health, computer applications and hotel management. And recently we have been awarded as the best upcoming university of India by ASOCHAM. And it is like we have been awarded as the top private university in 2018 and the youngest university in Rajasthan.
Actually, Faculty of Planning and Architecture. Next slide. It provides excellence education in architecture and urban planning studies, and it's approved by CEO and IS ITPI, that Institute of Town Planner of India. Next.
This was just a basic introduction about the university. So now we will be looking after a few of the works that we did for INTAC. So basically these are the INTAC entries that we just sent to INTAC. This slide is actually this. These were 3 of the entries and few of the 3 entries that we sent to INTAC. Out of which the center one, you can see the Gulab Rai Ladia Ki Haveli. That was made awarded by INTAC itself. These are few of the entries that was printed directly in the INTAC documentary 2018 wala book mein usko it was like printed. So you can see
Rajgarh Palace
and
Heritage.
So these were the entries that were printed in the book directly. And hereafter, like we will be going on to further entries. That was this was one of the entries that was around 2016. So this was a Kovinji ka mandir. It was from Jaipur only. So this was again heritage monument where it had it was a temple accompanied with a residential structure.
This is Keshwar Rai Temple. It's at the Kovinji district.
And this was one of the entries from 2017.
This is a Gadisar Lake at the Jaisalmer.
So this is again 2017 entries. So multiple entries were set in every year. And again, this is the Gulab Rai Ladia Ki Haveli. It was again in 2017. It was in Mandava.
Got the merit award for the Gulab Rai Ladia Ki Haveli 2017.
And this is like Khajuraho Rajgarh Palace. This was one of the entries in 2018 that was sent to INTAC. So these were the detailings and the plans and sessions that was documented of that structure.
The Haroti Heritage, and we got the commendable award for the Haroti Heritage, and it is at the Rawalpata, Kota.
For the plans, sessions, innovations and detailings.
Water Heritage of Rajasthan, also at the Haroti, and we signed the entry at 2019.
Further coming, like this was one of the book like in which Purnima University had worked upon it. So it was like Jaipur, it was an architectural guidebook. So we have a sample as well. Just
written by Vidyarthi.
Yeah. It was written by Sandeep sir.
Yes.
So we have a sample copy as well. So this book has been published in.
It's from Jaipur.
And currently we are working on another book that is again from the same publisher. So it consists of 3 other cities, that is Jaisalmer, Jodhpur, Bikaner. So
its title is Thar Rajasthan.
Rajasthan. So as like this is Jaipur, that is Thar Rajasthan.
When is it coming out?
Ma'am, it is like expected the tentative month would be December 2022, and we are working upon it. Like still the documentation expert part is still working on, and like we are having again the site visits and like multiple check-ins. Like we are revisiting the structures once again just to make sure everything is perfect or not, and it is on the progress.
So at the end of the year maybe.
Yeah, it was tentative.
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
That's what.
Yes.
They've actually asked us for some documentation.
Sorry, ma'am?
We asked our department also.
Yes, ma'am. There are multiple departments and other institutions also. They are working on Yeah.
Drawings and this. They get all, it's very well done. From everyone.
Yeah.
Very well.
Really
They
good.
did it in
Like the reviews that we received for this Jaipur was also really good. And
Sanjay ji, this the
Very good,
Jaipur one
yes.
I gave you. Still published.
Yes. Which?
So they are doing a series all across India and very well. Including it's an architect, Spanish architect.
Yeah.
Architect.
Paris. Spanish.
Spanish. Architect. And she does it very comprehensively.
Yes, ma'am.
Through her resources. So therefore they joined with Maharana Mewar Foundation. I edited that one in this whole curriculum and the bar. It's with her. I mean, I have the whole collection.
Sorry.
Second book.
It's about the art.
Easy.
The one done by Jenny, which you want to try is also called the same.
We are just calm. Okay. So this was all about the entries that we sent to that and regarding this book. And so this is one of the work that I was here in this project, and this is one of the work of second semester in Urban Planning Studio. So all those work that we did for Intact, that was exactly from bachelor's in architecture students, and this was one of the Urban Planning Studio work. So as you can see, like this is two wards in Jaipur, that is ward 39 and 40. And we were working upon it exactly like understanding the issues and understanding the potential and how we can develop it once again. See, like this is all like the background study of the site. So you can see like the physical infrastructure, social infrastructure, the major landmarks and nodes we have marked out. The major again the housing condition of the same place. So out of the total site we have coming to okay, ma'am, the street typology, and the physical infrastructure. The analysis like what all things and where like the built-up area with the lower height, and now coming to the transportation, the lack of like issues exactly like what all issues do we have in that area, like lack of green space and communities, and there are lack of parking places, and there are encroachment roads. And now we have an open jail that has to be recreated so that people over there that they can move and they can be socially well connected to that place. And these were the proposal parts, like how the streets can be reused so that we can have ample space of parking along with free traffic movement as well. So each and every road like 24 meters, 30 meters, 48 meters, 60 meters, to 12 meters and 9 meters we have proposed for it. So these are the road sections. These are again we are talking about the same with further road types. And these are like how we can future places we can add like cap the cities and those kind of things so that it will be easy to have the interconnectivity for the people. And like these are the areas where we can add the where we can propose particular languages for physical and social infrastructure. For example, like Anganwadi schools and those kind of things where the site was lacking for. So we have proposed exact area and how much area this will take on these areas and how much green spaces we have developed from this proposal. Two wards. So and again these are the exactly the proposals, the detailed proposal part, like how we can work upon these spaces and the vending zones, like how we can manage upon the solid waste management, and again further talking about the project funding and costing. Like the left side one, this is the existing land use map, and this is the proposed land use map what we have worked upon. So here we can see we can have three comparison charts. Like one is the master plan and the existing land use and the proposed land use. So here we can see how it has been fluctuating over here. So so we have brought up some variation so that that two wards can move, they can work smoothly. And this is all about one of the work that we did on second semester. So we would like to wind up over here, and we would be happy to answer your questions.
Just, we can discuss later, but how many students are there in the School of Planning?
So in the School of Planning and Architecture, like we are the second batch, and right now we are the third batch.
Okay, it's still new.
3 years. Yeah, it's new.
In each year, you take how many?
Ma'am, 20 is the maximum.
I think that's okay.
Yeah, we get 2.5.
Sir, Abhi, the first batch students, they are like 16. 17 out of which they are, yeah.
Good. This is third batch.
Yeah, third batch. I'm from second batch.
Very good. And where are you physically located? In Jaipur?
Yes, sir. It's south of Jaipur, like in Sitapuram.
Okay.
Near to Ayojan only. Ayojan school.
Very good. Yeah, anyway, you can stay the discussion now.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to invite MNIT.
Okay.
Can you switch presentation mode? Slideshow.
I'm just switching on to slideshow.
Do you have a pen drive for the second presentation for MLI?
हम ये कोई मॉडल बोल रहे हैं कि is that a presentation or the Rhino model? Is that a presentation or Rhino model?
Presentation.
It's presentation. Just because of someone's.
He will join.
हाँ that is जो काम करो that make join screen share हाँ से join कर
Associate professor at SWAT इसकी जगह पे बैठे National Institute of Technology. We have established our department in 1928. We are running UG program, PG program, and PhD program. UG in Bachelor of Architecture, the intake is 88, and PG program in Urban Planning, the intake is 35, and we have 33 PhD students. And we have every year conducting this World City area studies. We have done the documentation and measure drawing, and we have made the various proposals at UG level. In fourth year also, we are running the urban planning subjects, and in PG also we have done various studio exercise. Recently, our research scholars are also working on various aspects of energy and these conservation aspects. So, and we are in the department, we are 20 faculty members. We have got one eco-sensitive zonal master plan of Nahargarh area from the JDA development, Jaipur Development Authority, and we started working on that zonal master plan and various other projects also. So continuously we are working on the World City area of planning of the sustainable development and other aspects. So now our students and faculty member, my colleague Dr. Aswani is also here, architect Sangeet Pillai. We are three representing the Department of Architecture, and now our students, PG and PhD students, will present the work.
Here we are going to talk about some of aspects of the bachelor's, master's and PhD work that we have been doing related to Jaipur and otherwise like what case studies we've taken. So we'll talk about that. In the undergraduate level, we see parts where we talk about urban conservation and architectural design. One in second year we measure drawings, and in third year we talk about adaptive reuse of those measure drawings. And in fifth year we have a theory subject, urban conservation. We talk about the understanding conservation, the significance of heritage. We give a brief overview for the architects who go in the field, so they have an understanding of conservation, both architectural conservation and urban conservation. So these are some of the measure drawings with the name?
Conservation.
PPT.
Can you please shift to the next slide?
Here, Jalek Chowk, which was previously used as a possession area for the king and studio. The police commissionerate, we have worked on the measure cordial students. Baldev Parshuram Mandir.
This is now Nagar Nigam heritage of
In master's level, while in first semester, we have another introduction to urban conservation for urban planning students, masters of urban planning students. They talk about conservation principles, conventions, practices adopted at both all international level, national level, and local level, where all the exercises are based on Jaipur. So the planning studio exercise that is compulsory or mandatory in the urban planning the degree is taken up as a case study so that we can understand about different areas where they go and visit, and then they can produce that in their theory subjects as an example. So in second semester planning studio, there is for planning for special areas where we take up eco-sensitive or heritage areas. So in 2019 we took up Hampi, where we went to Hampi and we talked to the Heritage World Heritage Site Management Authority, where we also understood about how heritage can be at risk in danger, and then yes. So we had a discussion, we got to know about, so that is something that we take up for our Jaipur also, that we find out that how can we modify or work on those initiatives so that these are some of these things that cannot happen here at this. So also for dissertation, that starts from semester 3, we take up various heritage and tourism infrastructure. For me, I worked on planning interventions for urban revitalization of heritage zone in Puri. My colleague worked on heritage-based city development case of walled city. In future, in ancient time, we also worked on tourism infrastructure for Jaisalmer and a core area for Jaipur. These are some of the planning studio exercises we did. We talk about the synergy between heritage structures and the commercial district. This is for Bikaner, and then Bikaner is also in Rajasthan. Then this is something, the evolution of historic code. So some of the case studies we took about Madurai, some pilgrim cities, Madurai, Puri town, and talk about temple town planning, the city, the planning structure of the areas, and then the challenges of those heritage core areas, how like development pressure happens due to increasing pace and threat of extreme high density of that area, shrinking space, population pressure, traffic load generated as a result of drastic increase of population, and unmanaged tourism and pilgrims in that area. So this was one of the like a project that I took up, where we identified some of the mathas in Puri. This is now city in Orissa, where we focused on location, the cultural value, potential, spatial organization, vicinity to the communities and tourist analysis, and through that, and also taking consideration of the grading system of India, we identified the grading that is to 15 mathas. And we analyzed it based on that. We made a MC, the multiple criteria, and through that we identified what kind of adaptive views or what kind of function that can be accommodated to that area based on the disaster risk of that area. We identified. We also identified what kind of needs is required for the area. For that, the categories were given and so for PhD level, coming on to the PhD level, we have various students already awarded. Who are working on, who worked on the environmental responsive development regulation of Jaipur city, energy efficiency of Indo-Saracenic buildings in Jaipur. Then we have strategies for integrated heritage-based urban development for Rajasthan, in India. Another ma'am of mine is also working on energy efficiencies of Hawamel in walled city, Jaipur. Then disaster risk reduction in city core areas, where we're focusing on World City Jaipur, which is ongoing. We are still under the research. And another thing that we've also taken up is community-based conservation process, where we have devised a framework based on co-determined, co-design, co-delivery, and then we've analyzed what kind of steps that has to be taken, and identified where the study area is also in a pilgrim city. Now, my colleague will take up the word city.
Good morning, everyone. I had done a study in heritage-based city development in Jaipur. That was part of my dissertation at master's level. So majorly, what we wanted to understand was how can we better manage the urbanization and at the same time distribute the leverages and the benefits that we can acquire from the heritage assets that are being associated with the walled city area. So for that, we analyzed the core area, that what are the factors that are associated with the core areas and how that core area is basically formed. We tried and understand the concept and the challenges that were associated with them. Then to better understand the heritage-based city development, we further identified various case studies that were associated with them and the factors that were incorporated with them. For example, modernization and commercial activity, tourism, feedback between increased land value and public revenue. Such were the kind of case studies that we took up. Then we try and understand the study area, that is Jaipur, as it is a very well-known city for its heritage and its culture, and it is also a part of the Golden Triangle, which is formed by Delhi, Jaipur, and Agra. Then we did a detailed study of the walled city area, that how Sawai Jai Singh in 1727 had made such a great example of urban planning that it still coincides with the modernization and urbanization that is currently happening. Then we further identified that what is the city core area, the area outside the walled area, and the urbanization limits that were revised as per the JDA master plan. Then we tried and identified the major nodes, gates, heritage structures that were present and the major landmarks that were associated with the walled city area. We also identified the major bazaars that are present in the walled city area to understand the various issues and challenges that were associated with various bazaars. Then there were development pressures. We categorized into development pressures, environmental pressures, real estate pressures with high land value, and then we further listed out that what are the major issues that really needs to be addressed. There were 10 issues that I listed down, and then the major factors which we thought that should have been of major consideration were categorized into 4 parts. That would be for transportation, planning intervention, management and monitoring, lack of public participation. So we identified an area of walled city where we thought that we can develop a proposal for the very same and we can reimagine that area. So the proposal was prepared for the Chauda Rasta, which also forms the spine with the JLN Marg, which is the main lane or main road for Jaipur city. So this is the Chauda Rasta, and the lanes which have been associated with Chauda Rasta, I have identified the issues that were very prominent in each and every lane. Then these are the strategic actions. We also confined it into 3 parts: strategic action, recommendation, and the stakeholders that would be associated with them. The proposals were for pedestrianization of the Chauda Rasta, then promotion of public transport, and adaptive reuse of the existing structures. Then we took a patch of Chauda Rasta in which we identified the various nodes, the pockets of spaces that are in the interior of Jaipur city and which could also be used as a public gathering space and to create a life between buildings. Because to understand the community and community preservation is also a very important aspect that people are usually ignoring in the modernization trends. So these were the factors that we highlighted. This was a kind of proposal that we prepared, which would promote pedestrianization, promote bicycle riders, and have segregate lanes for the vehicles. Like we can propose a one-way system for the area, one-way lane system, and which could be helpful also to discover the line between buildings if we promote pedestrianization, and to make it more intriguing for the tourists and for the main residents of that area to understand the architecture, culture, and the various art and graphics associated with it.
So, the whole of the whole city, because you cannot.
No.
Just
I identified for a Chora Rasta region, like how I can imagine it, so that I proposed different lanes and sectors for that.
Particular.
Yeah.
Says technically particular area. Studied, but not in oral framework of the city area.
But the proposals are mostly suitable for other parts.
Yes, sir. Because of the time constraint, and I can develop a particular framework for a particular area that could be valid for other lanes as well.
But in fact, we have to go from board to detail.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That is the system.
Yes, sir.
You did that with your PhD level?
Therefore, yesterday you studied chocolate visual condition.
Yes.
And the thoda sa quite adjacent for link to that chocolate.
Sign करना पड़ेगा.
When you are moving, just
Yes,
All the credentials.
Yeah, right.
Don't remember.
Now I have proposed my recommendation and conclusion.
Sorry, the greenery and energy efficiency of Hawamel, has that been done already? Or is
Simulation based, right now my simulations have just started, so
Okay.
I'm not able to share that.
No, but you've done your master's on this already.
I've done my master's in conservation from science.
Yeah, okay, but I thought there was first.
Okay.
With the right model will be lost. Yeah. No, I
Shraddha
don't.
Chandan,
That's why.
PhD scholar. Shraddha Chandan. I am Shipra Goswami. I am Shipra Goswami. Shraddha Chandan, I am Shipra Goswami.
So what is it exactly?
There's a video, a couple of videos in the presentation. So I'll just for now. Which version of PowerPoint is there?
I think 13. That's
So for this concrete work on Jaipur, and also for Hampi, does that mean? Where can I get the information as to what was that? Is there like a summary? Yeah, can you?
Yes.
So next
So yes, these are some of the research papers, published work that we've done in Hawamel College, and goal setting with that. There has to be a need from the shift from architectural conservation to urban conservation, like not just focus on this, focus on the historic area around. Yes, some kind of from individual to integrative work, reactive to proactive approach, working on risk assessment and solving the issue, not just solving the issues arising. Effective stakeholder engagement and participation is something like focusing on community mapping, capacity building and awareness. Is also something that we are also working on for workshops and creating, and then skill upgradation and communication between staff, professional technicians who are working on the area. And something like appropriate experts should have the maximum share in the final decision making. Then active involvement of institution with national repute in conception, formulation and execution of those plans and policies. And then formulation of specific aspect plans like infrastructure, transportation, and also division of building bylaws and development controls. And effective enforcement and monitoring agency or something that should be of various initiative is also required. These are some of the should be done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyway, I'm going to copy of those.
If you have any queries, we can have a
Yes,
discussion.
yes, absolutely. Okay. So who is next?
Next.
Wait.
Everyone, my name is Soumya. I'm from MNIT. I'm also a conservation architect. I'm currently doing my PhD in more of a technical field, that is thermal comfort and energy efficiency in the Havelis of Jaipur. So that is the historic residential buildings in Jaipur. Today I will be discussing the broad problems or broad understanding that I've achieved till now. I won't be able to discuss my research regarding
does the documentation of the historic buildings and all. And we also, whenever we get an opportunity, we display our work, measure drawing work and documentation. And we also have subjects like urban conservation, measure drawing and documentation, which you will see down in the exhibition. And that is how, we look at this rich repository. And time and again, we also collaborate with Drona, with JVF, with INTAC to do outreach events and highlight these historic sites to the people of Jaipur. Thank you. I think I request you all to give more time to the exhibit that we've done downstairs. Thank you.
Can we open it for discussion now?
Should I go? So thank you. First of all, I'm really most impressed with a number of initiatives that various universities taken. Just very quickly, I spent 4.5 years in India as the UNESCO representative, but my background is basically in the UNESCO World Heritage Center and also museums at the UNESCO. So, we often talk about India being a country of pilot studies, but how difficult it is in upscaling them to enter into the concept. So I think that really the whole tenet of the World Heritage Convention in its articles very strongly talk about the importance of education, because the UNESCO's main vocation and the logic of why the World Heritage Convention is sitting in UNESCO is in order to bring education, science, and culture together and to communicate, not just among the current population, but also an intergenerational communication. So the World Heritage Convention is very much about that. So from the very beginning, I've given a lot of importance to collaboration and partnerships with universities as knowledge partners from the very beginning. And as you know, state architect planner of the Ministry of Culture of the French government, we don't have time to go into the specific role, but they have basically the authority of the minister to be able to stop, start, control basic heritage. Even the local authorities cannot overrule their decisions. So while there is a process of decentralization, and we are all very much in favor of political decentralization, there are certain aspects that cannot be decentralized because it's a question of a national character. And Jaipur is not just important for Rajasthan, but it's also important for India, and it's now also important for the world. So there has to be a mechanism of some kind of check and balance system. So first of all, as you know, before Jaipur's inscription, there was a lot of concern that the governance mechanism wasn't adequate enough to maintain the outstanding universal value of Jaipur. But for various reasons, it was inscribed. And I must say there's a lot of political lobbying now. But I happen to think that this inscription of both Ahmedabad and Jaipur as a city was very important to improve the whole governance mechanism of heritage and to realize that heritage-based development, which we all know has a lot of potential. So, but concretely, I think we need the help, because the work that was done by the Heritage Cell with the participation of various partners, and Paul has been very active in providing mentorship to the kind of details that's necessary for the inventory and the mapping work. And the government officials everywhere, it's not just here, but in many, many countries, they do not understand the time needed and the details needed and the research needed to make a conservation plan is absolutely not something that you can whip out in 6 months. It's not possible. Even in France, an average conservation plan area, the sort of heritage precinct document called the Conservation Enhancement Plan, the PSNP, takes 10 years to prepare, 5 to 10 years to prepare. And so, but while the work is in preparation, the law already applies and it's protected, even before it's formally approved. So now that the Jaipur, walled city, is already on the World Heritage List, on the basis of firm promises on the part of the union government as well as the state government, I mean, we simply cannot afford to fail in this. Because it's not just a reputation of Jaipur municipality or the Rajasthan state, it's a reputation of the government of India and also of the World Heritage Convention, right? So I think that one of the reasons why we were very insistent on meeting the university is that I know universities often work as consultants to do master plans or management plans, but you know, there's so many information scattered as we saw today. There's a wealth of information. Somehow, take advantage of our digital age to make it available to the governance mechanism. So I think we don't have very much time, but there's a lot of things that were said that you've already initiated. And this thing of the strategic planning, using heritage as a mechanism of strategic planning, and how, in the so-called HAL approach of merging heritage conservation with the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, Goal 11 in particular, these are things that, as Anurag's this SPA presentation shows, it's something that has to be planned from the beginning. And so I think that there's a lot of role for universities to play in the finalization of this Jaipur plan. But now the government has decided to outsource not the government, the heritage, the Rajasthan government, I suppose, has decided to outsource it, fine, but we've already said, I've already made it very, very clear to the commissioner that it's a minimum of 12 months with 10 professionals working on it full time. It cannot be less than that. So if it's, and then even then, there has to be the checking process, and what I'm just kind of speaking as I think, but I think it'd be very interesting if there is a clearance mechanism that involves a few top university people who are involved in heritage conservation, in addition to people like Shika who have been working on these issues in an operational way. So I think we can talk more about, but what I'm basically saying in this limited time is that we really hope that the universities, with all the work that they're doing, can sink into pushing things forward. Because you as a teaching institution need to teach about the techniques of inventories, learning about the traditional, technologies, building technologies. But for a while, if you would agree, if every project coordinator, professor would agree to devoting part of your fieldwork obligation to the different aspects of the walled city. And it would be interesting, like even the mobility plan, I mean, this has to be approved quite quickly under the special area of heritage planning. But every year there can be improvements, even if there's a plan, if it doesn't work, it has to be revised. But how are you going to revise it? So, and I think there's so much to be done. And Paul has spent a lot of time with the Heritage Cell over the last year on through online mentoring of the inventory format. And I think this can eventually be shared to all the universities so that you might be able to integrate that into your teaching. Yeah. And also the HAL, as you know, that the World Heritage Committee session, every time there's a problem, say, you need to do a heritage impact assessment study. You need to, but nobody knows what an HIA is. Of course, there are very general guidelines, the ICOMOS guideline, which is very good, but they have to be adapted for every situation, because there's a, HIA is not, it's a process, but so again, what I would really hope is that through the effort, through the heritage cell, that you can call upon the professionals and the academics to put together a short course on HIA, targeting all the officials of the Jaipur Municipal Corporation and the Jaipur Development Authority, a crash course of I don't know how many days for all the officers out there. Plus integrate the HIA process into your teaching. And it goes, as you know, with the environment impact assessment, with the heritage component. That's important for certain kinds of projects. But there's a heritage impact assessment study for other kinds of projects. So I think that it would be good to devise something that would fit the Rajasthan and the cities.
Just a minute. Rajasthan government is kind enough to establish a urban planning museum in town planning department. This will be the first museum, I think, in India. The government has agreed, ministry has agreed. So it will be very shortly, it will be open. Whatever you are telling, will teach every aspect, will have every kind of material, historical, urban planning. Very shortly that will go.
Because as we know, every World Heritage Site is supposed to have an interpretation center.
Yes, interpretation center.
Yeah, I was recently.
That would be a separate one for Jaipur.
Yeah,
That's in the town hall.
That's the center. But what I also.
This is for all of these states.
Yeah,
Not only all
states.
urban planning museum is for
There's always room
yes.
more. But whatever for the World Heritage Interpretation Center, I was recently involved from the very beginning of the Strasbourg World Heritage Interpretation Center. But we asked them to also reserve space for temporary exhibition for new projects. So like new projects within the city of infill architecture, how you're going to, you don't have to keep everything, even if it's a World Heritage Site. But what's important in the exercise of the inventory, the analysis, the reason why that's so important is that we should eventually be able to know what can be demolished or what absolutely cannot be, what can be transformed, how can it be transformed. All of that depends on the inventory line. And also, to give, I would really encourage universities to work on the buffer zone area. And Paul, would you please say something about the work on the infill architecture aspect of this project?
I'm very impressed by all the documentation you gathered. It's really a treasure, and all this on the wall. It's fantastic. My work in France is to be at the ground level, using information we had on the city to everyday work, because the city is everyday changing, everyday people build, everyday people manage with motorization or not. But anyhow, it's happening. So it's a crucial part. I think no longer in India, like in France, in all over the world, heritage is figured as important. Major monuments are not in danger. The temples are not in danger. Nobody would come tomorrow and demolish the temple or a big, remarkable building. What's at stake today is the ordinary houses. And it's a bit like sand in your hand, it's going away slowly. And when we wake up, we find that we've lost half of it. And the city won't. So that's the conservation part of every day. Every day you must be careful. Every day you must ask yourself, is this heritage? If I lose this today, it's really a loss for me. Or maybe, if this building disappears, if we put something better in place, well, it's you enrich the city. That's a major reflection studies and using all these studies to see what's and the city is not a museum. We're not going to transform Jaipur into a museum where everything is, stuffed there. That's why time banners, architects are really important, and I think what the energy or brainwork you hear is very important to contribute to this everyday work. We need to create the heritage of tomorrow. Today, buildings like in the 20s with the Art Deco, they were creating today's heritage. So we've got this work on what you want to keep in the order in these houses. What can we change? And to keep the ordinary houses, of course, these or others, we need to adapt them to the everyday life. We need to put bathrooms, toilets, I don't know what. And there's really needs to be studies on that. How can we change a house for the best? How can we maybe add some things? Do we have to cover certain courtyards? I don't know. All this needs to be probably with not solution, reversible solution, because as you know, we must be able in 50 years, if we found a better solution, come back to the original shape, but maybe we need to do intermediate shape of the building, I don't know. And also the question of the infill. If a building is demolished or collapsed, I don't know, for any reason, how do we build beside having what type of architecture? We always see when we walk in the streets, disastrous buildings, with this glazing that doesn't fit in at all. It's not interesting, and you're destroying the historical part. So all this, I think, there should be could be studies. Find some time with the students to go from there to the imagine the everyday work. Yeah. They're asked by someone and said, okay, I've got this building, I'm in an ownership, I want to build something instead. How do we do it? That's so, I could go on for ages, but I'll just stop like this because but it's what the last colleague said, how to contribute the architectural story of Jaipur, and that's one of the issues. Okay, thank you.
So just before, since I have checked this thing, so okay, I talked about the core area, buffer zone thinking, and how we appeal to the universities to think about change. How can it be changed? And the HIA teaching, the core crash course for the government officials is the long-term including HIA into your teaching of architecture and planning. And also the very, very important aspect of the traditional building techniques. One of the presentations you mentioned, but like the excuse that people always use said, it was dangerous. We're insisting absolutely that demolition permits are required. And I've been working quite a bit in historic Cairo, and it's just a nightmare because the demolition permit is not there. It's always linked with reconstruction. But so in fact, people demolish, saying that there's risk, danger, public danger, and then after that, they sell their land, and then but everywhere, at least in Europe, and even in other countries, you cannot demolish a building unless you already provide a new plan. So this new plan requires ideas, some guidelines, and although these are in the architectural guidelines issued already by the heritage authorities, it needs to be illustrated, because even I can't understand it. I understand it, but you need a lot of reflection to understand it. So it should be something here that even an illiterate, skilled person can understand these things with glossaries and things. And also for the, in terms of the decay process, what is the decay process, a typical decay process in a traditional building, given all these stone slate ceilings and whatnot. So it would be interesting for you to be able to come up with a sort of simulation of what happens to a building. And then at what point, what kind of measures are necessary to stop the further decay? You know, like my university, after retiring from UNESCO, is with the Raymond Lemaire International Center for Conservation of Catholic University of Bilbao, and our UNESCO chair was on preventive conservation. So that in order for preventive conservation, it's really important, especially for buildings, to know the decay processes and what can be done at every stage to stop it. And this is where the traditional skills are so important. And I know the government is now thinking of making a list of all the academic craftspeople, right? Architects,
artisans also.
About lime and yeah.
We got 20 entries.
Yes, right. And we talked about the and also in designing public spaces, like the simulation that we saw with CDs is great, but it would be really nice if a presentation like that could start from the situation today. An aerial photo of the situation with the crowd and the mess and whatnot, and how you get from that reality of today to the idealized design that you showed us. I think it's possible, but so what are the steps, you know, with the community involvement? So yeah, in order to leave time for the thing, I'll stop there, but I hope that we can keep in touch through the Heritage Cell with all the universities. And I would be strongly recommending to the authorities to provide a little subsidy every year for exhibitions, like temporary exhibitions, because I think if the core universities will each provide an exhibition, you can have like 4 exhibitions a year in the World Heritage Interpretation Center. I think it would be really great.
Our Chief Minister he has declared 100 million of rupees for the conservation of old city area. Recently, a few days back. In our this political setup.
Thank you, Vijay. You have shared your very valuable experience as well as you have appreciated what efforts we have and ministry have done. And certainly, I assure from the coordinator at the Heritage Cell that it is a very great time that you have come to the country and you are sharing the very valuable experience from the apart from the other countries also. Now, I just say in the nutshell, we have the different conditions in the country. We have the democratic setup, and it is a sole reason for every Lekonar, everything, what I feel in my past 45, 42 years in the experience. And 2-3 things I want to say here. We have just prepared a memo of understanding, MOU with all knowledge partners. It is in the final stage, it is with the commissioner. When we will sum up the all nine days our travel, then whatever experience or whatever suggestion we will give, that will be incorporated in the MOU, number 1. Number 2, in the past few months, we have covered so many commitments given by the UNESCO, and we have sufficient progress in that. We will show you in our presentation when we will come to our on the 6th or 7th of the day. And you have given very good suggestions about this crash course sort of thing, because it is essentially required. And besides this, we are trying to strengthen our heritage sale, because it is very essential. We are having very sort of staff and professional, and we will be in touch with, because the industry, the students and professors have done very good job. And I request here that this all soft copies and hard copies sort of thing, this should not only they should have their archive, but should send one copy to state archives also, so they can share for times to come, because they don't have such a huge IT center. Even whatever studies we have done in the past, it is in the piecemeal, either it is with the consultant or they have given to the department, the fellow is a transfer, or he has not carried forward next data or information or file to their next responsible person. So such type of problems we are facing. Another thing, the very thing I noticed here in this discussion, that we should not give whole stress to the particular monument or the building. That's one of my we should see the totally in the city street, or not only the street, even the total walled city has its own the importance in the totality, right from the city hall to even from the adjoining area, because a lot of activities and reactions is coming in the total area. So there are so many issues, and such type of discussion should be very frequent, twice in the year. So whatever experience we have gathering, and because a lot of technological changes are there, lot of social and cultural values are changing, our needs are changing. So these are all are giving impact on the building. And just you saw yesterday, the one choke, the building, there were 4 bathrooms in all 4 corners. The family was divided because of urban pressure. So these, because we have some certain affection, values, and certain other culture. Because I am not discarding anything in the Europe, but for India, we have long tradition in any activities, in the building, in any street or any subject. The long history, long tradition, and if you go in the depth, you will find so many things. You can't complete your study in the years together. So I thanks to all beautiful this campus. I came here when I done the site selection of this area. I see that now the complete building. It's a very, very good, beautiful. Thanks to all. Thank you.
Sorry, I have
One request. See, I request the government officials, especially those who are engaged in the heritage side, they should to promote the heritage to research and some.
Yes.
Otherwise, they should finance to the students from the institutes. Yeah. That is also necessary. Because it needs some finance. Without that, it is very difficult to complete that. And research, promote some research also for 3 year research, for 2 years PG research also. At least the researchers can continue this.
Kumar has said very good thing. In the total plan, actually financial plan was not incorporated at that time. Our honorable Chief Minister has given this much amount, 10 crores, and one heritage fund will be established, because it is already in our bylaws, and we are looking forward for the other what do you call the corporates and other things, they can share their certain part of the amount in the heritage to save the heritage, and I think they will come forward if the system is they believe on our system, because now we have to create a reputed system for that everybody will say that yes, they can do it, so we will put some economic help to them.
So I want to add something to that.
Can we have this discussion on lunch?
Since I just woke up, I'll just say a sentence and finish. I had some discussion with a couple of, I saw that the average age of the heritage cell is very less, and the team is very young. But I had a feeling that still the operations and the process running there are still a bit old school. So if at all they're giving that kind of infrastructure, like lot of universities show a lot of LiDAR scanning here. But the point with LiDAR scanning is you cannot do LiDAR scanning based data, process the data in any system that is less than 30 to 60 GB of RAM. But I'm unsure if they have that kind of infrastructure. There are young people, there are intelligent people. So unless you provide them that kind of infra, you also link with non-architectural, non-planning domains like computer science, geospatial domain, all those, unless they all come together, if architects and planners just sit together and do this, I don't think it is a multi-disciplinary. I mean, they are doing also a distant string of discipline, but I'm sure if it is very well linked with the heritage, I think there should be more wiring between different directions.
So before traditional technology, innovation, what would be really good is like, I mean, first of all, analysis and an inventory of all the traditional building materials. But how can they be innovations in upgrading the historic buildings within those, for example, with the kind of density and, but also what kind of traditional technologies can be applied to new buildings? How can you transform the whole water system into a modern setup? These are things that are fascinating. I know that set is really important.
While we're talking about the technical discussion, there's one thing that we can see, for example, techniques like there's a technique called araish, it's kind of a plaster, where there is a fermented plaster. So the number of people that is doing getting less and less every day. So we need to preserve the techniques and technologies also allows in different things.
Alright, you want to say something? Yes, I'm with actually, because we've been discussing this aspect of capacity building for digital assessments for a very long time. We've been working with the national models, and that is something which I think SPA, because the environment planning department and the conservation department working together, it would link up HIA with the EIA process, presently the data that is something we've been discussing for a very long period. Also, SPA has a design innovation center, which is actually looking at some innovation hub, and there is a sort of tinkering lab in SPA where the students are encouraged to update visual materials and processes, because sometimes they are very cumbersome processes and sort of make the process much more efficient and economical, so that normal resident would think of it as a mainstream practice rather than something which they find in the past. So it will be seen as something contemporary as well as something new.
You can request them whenever you organize that.
So actually the head of the department of development planning is also in charge of the design innovation center of the Ministry of HR, like in China, like everywhere, innovation, patents, they are trying to encourage this culture of innovation.
Who's the head of urban planning?
Sanjukta Bahadurji. And so she is very supporting this kind of cultural innovation linked with conservation. Because traditionally there has been constant innovation. All the practices.
So because even if the Venice architecture Vienna, then there's some traditional Indian isolation mechanism with it.
The pots.
Yeah, the pots are fantastic.
And it makes so much sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
The kind of technology which you can then perpetuate it further and make it more economical and mainstream.
Yeah, because in fact, just before I left Delhi, in German PIZ was supposed to be giving us some funding on making a whole catalog of traditional building techniques, but we never got that. It stopped. And there are already publications, but there's not one place. Oh yeah.
Like they're doing for
I just request you have to run for the lunch because we also have an exhibition right about that. Lunch is actually on the first floor of the food court. You can follow me.
It's not drinkable. Balance.
There is one. You want to give this back here? Since I'm looking at the view right now, there are so many people who have come up with the Yellow Conservation Outlet to be studying on the way. So we are facing these problems.
Yeah, we working on historic guidelines and regulation we have to find minimum rules of architecture so for the
I don't know what.
यूट्यूब पे जा रहे हो? हाँ। Yeah, I'm streaming.
There'll be one case that you just have basically two walls, you stick the rubbish bin inside, and there can be a flapper. It doesn't have to have a flapper. Something that would be easy for the, for the rubbish collectors. This is this color. Masculine colors. Some of the graduates, the team up, the coalition, they're going to go from associate. People need to create a good associate. And the conservation is a minimum 10 people.
there will be some beneficial aspects for them as well that they can bring in, and some can contribute can be made with the assistance of the government as well as citizen authority, so that this building are conserved for the future as well. Just a bit of documentation which we are doing up, then we intend to take up the proposals to the LSDs and all.
Of course, like I was saying, there's no risk in definition.
Yes.
So really, I think it's a good idea to concentrate on ordinary events and try and find solutions to help people to keep it and to incite people to keep them, because what incentives do we have for people if the land is worth more than the house on it?
Yes, absolutely.
So, that's in the coming years. Gradually, of course, there'll be a permit, demolition permit, as you know. You just need to tell the
And few things of the documentation in terms of phase wise changes there and also because that's something which is in line with the bylaws and what the main document say. Changes.
But
Yeah, and this is all proportionate to the scale.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, very good.
And we took one crossing where this street meets Gopal. So that scale is also, we can just check what. But this street had a lot of character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is there somewhere one or two buildings you would
We did five.
like, as they building don't fit in as well.
There are buildings which like they have changed all the fabric from the side, and they are usually it's altered from inside.
Yeah.
So we have picked five which are
We can see
kind of
that
in
the
the
crossing shape is
Okay. And could you do the exercise I was talking about to draw a new building?
draw a new building.
Yeah.
That is
What would you do if there's something that's really not in place? You know, it's destroying.
Right. First of all, Dr. Shikha and Sanjay Chief Town Planner of Rajasthan. With that, now he's advisor to you. One was approved by me. Oh, I will let it be. It's so today, sir, we have a presentation of 6 institutions. Manipal, Ayodhya, Kovinji, and Kovinji. So all of them have worked on Jaipur. The presentation. And then the exhibition also. Always coincidentally, actually, today is our board of management meeting was earlier, the fifth was given, so I blocked the calendar was agreed also really less.
So first of all, very happy that it takes some time and be with us. Yes, for the university secondary started in 11, 2021 of India. So Manipal is basically a southern part of India. University. So the first ever medical college, the private sector, top of America. So till 53, all the medical colleges in this country, they were only by the government, not big at the approval of the client. So in 1950, the first medical college came under the private sector, and almost about 75 years. And is known now for education and health. Of course, this university we haven't started yet, but large number of hospitals, medical colleges were also a part of. So in 2011, Rajasthan government has extended an invitation for this to become an established university because large number of students were especially Rajasthan, so we could come to Manipal. And also study, I belong to that day, also as a student of Manipal. So, and I used to interact with other people from Rajasthan and that. So the 30 years of experience there, the opportunity also came to me to come here and just try to for 4 years. Very good, and we mentioned this whole campus. Campus is because it is a green campus. We have the concept having green is something. Energy conservation, sustainability is also there. So it is an opportunity for the student while studying any of the programs. Also have an opportunity of how to green plan. So we also have some certificate which gives some kind of an additional exposure for any student, especially on architecture, civil, mechanical, and other. Today we started with the 300 students on the engineering. I have about 10,000 students. Yeah, 10,000 yeah. We have 62 spread programs that we have. That we can push the education. Research is also picking up. We are about 700 PhD scholars. They are working with research starts. And then as the university, we say that we are doing well. It is our university. Keep doing, but we wanted to test ourselves whether, as per the quality standards, whether we are there or not. So 20 years back, we invited the National Assessment and Education Council, which usually sets the quality standards. So we invited them and we went to that. So education and campus are points. And we are so happy that in the entire Rajasthan, we are the first university to get that A+ accreditation. So whatever we said, of course, that is also there. And we also felt very happy because when the government gave the invitation, so it is not that only we came and we did it very well. So, and that also helped us because once you get that A+, so an automatic thing that, okay, you are doing very well on the quality. They also prove without any further inspection that we can also start online education program. So we have this 1 year now. And we also have 10,000 students first year.
Is it all in English?
Yes, all. The medium of instruction for us is both for the campus-based as well as so today we have about 500 faculty members. So, and 70% of them are with the PhD qualification. That is the good part of it. So along with the infrastructure, it is also important for me to showcase a very vibrant student community and a very qualified and committed faculty members. So we have been a very good team. And each of your visit will also help us.
We are here to ask you. And we're very honored to have your statement. And for a university that does challenges, we have a very big challenge. And that is for all the different faculties to take an active role in being the knowledge partner of the government of Pakistan, especially the so we're, you know, the most starting the work, it's thanks to the hard work of Professor Jay and other very much conservation of heritage. And but for various historic reasons, to conserve the old city, that people are going to be reconstructed or increasing that height and so I have to certainly say that to solve the problem of the old city requires the surrounding city to be able to offload services or equipment that the old city cannot take. But at the same time, we definitely do not want to see the old city based on choice. You know, that people have to live there in the city. They have to have social services, they have to have medical centers, they have to have school. All of this what is required in the living city in order since there is a limit of how many people will pay with that. Then all the excess population or with family increasing, they want to build another floor, that simply cannot be accepted.
So from that point of view, new housing areas with the idea of mixed use, especially between the technology that you use here for ecological development, really participate in the creation of new housing area, mixed housing commercial areas. That is something that your school of architects, engineering faculty, they have to grow. And even for your medical services, I think the teaching of techniques in medical practice isn't the only objective of medical profession. It's social. So how can healthcare be improved in a very product consistent recyclables? I think that could also be a challenge for your throw the knowledge to the life. So I think there's so many different ways that this, and as I said earlier today, it's right to the time. So I think it's well worth thank you. So, four is totally working with the French government as a conservation architect plan. So they
Thank you, James. Well, it's all marvelous for this study for students and professors. Really, you've got a mind restore. So many studies, so many going into much details of the picture and treasures. Jaipur. So really interesting. Really interesting that this could be useful to the city, and also that students could also benefit from the work doing to preserve it. So, with all the issues of demolition of old buildings, that really need to find solutions to be able to preserve it. Because, of course, times have changed since the 18th century, so people don't live in the same way. So, the intelligence of architects in town is to think of new solutions, both in restoration work, but also in building modern architecture. Besides the open architecture, and that's an issue very issue for France also. We really work on it for decades now, and it's always a challenge to keep history and modern. I think that's the main challenge. Because, as I was saying this morning, big monuments are not threatened. Nobody will destroy the big ancient elements. But it's all the old fabric, old buildings that slowly disappear, and then we need all the images together.
So I know everywhere in the world with realistic speculation, and that is, but I think that the Jaipur surface is large enough. The whole city only 5% of that land. And I think if there isn't a political will and citizens engagement in order to preserve this 1.45%, we might have managed, So I think the political will and institutions engagement, especially play a very influential role in showing how as a knowledge partner you can help governance, and how governance can also deep into make your academic teaching more realistic as well. Very big partnership.
When we see this world city, time there is one area which is almost equivalent to our world city, but it's only if you're walking. It's like they have constructed, and outside they have connected the road. If somebody has a vehicle, let them go. So, but inside that is pure walking. Okay, so it means there are such kind of things that which we could have done. And then we saw that now they are doing the underground, what is it? And for the last 4 years, I'm seeing there is no progress. But people are keep telling that this is the one project, this is the one project.
Yes, so it was not connected up to Surat Kola, right? Because there have been more activities, which is only in the main part of the.
Of course, people who are already inside, of course, they have their own requirement. So they need.
We are training our government.
Oh yes, that is the.
Their own priority.
So, if you have a political will,
Only political will is in democracy is very,
very.
Otherwise, we cannot do anything.
But I think what is also apply anywhere in the world. There is the ruling party, opposition party, agenda. But I think the great thing about a knowledge party is to state that you are prepared to serve any government and to be a partner to it. So really for academic institutions have principles and commitment towards sustainable development as campus shows. I think this is something that has to be very important. The international consultants or even the United Nations agency, UNESCO, we can only say up to a point. And beyond that, if the government doesn't listen, what can we do? All we can do is to take the side out of the work that is this. But that's just punishing and that's impoverishing the world. So what's necessary is
She comes and told you that we are also part of heritage place now. Yes, yes.
So this is one book for this launch. This is really abstract. He is abstract. In the last 20 years, where we were our growth path, this project is correct. This is an artistic view of our it's a pleasure. All of us. Ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sir. Sir.
एक मिनट सर आपको एक आपके साथ एक ग्रुप बाहर मिले
Yes, please. Thank you.
This way, sir. This way. Oh, for the selfie. Yeah. Sir. जी मैम.